searching for the witch Ciri had quarreled with, Geralt ran into an old friend, Kira Metz. The sorceress told the Witcher about a masked mage. Ciri had seemed to have taken shelter in his hideout. The Witcher set off to find it, with Kira in tow. Ciri had never reached the elven mage, yet the wild hunt had. The ghostly retinue was one step ahead of Geralt, or so it seemed. The Witcher felt that all was lost, until Kira gave him a new lead. The Crones of Crookback Bog.
Alright, let's have a quick gander at these tunes. Okay. Oh, it's all the... Yeah. Okay, so... Oh yeah, we're going to sort stuff out with the Baron. Still want to do that. Okay, so. Oh yeah, I've still got to return to the Priest of the Fire. Alright, I'm actually going to do the... I want to do secondary quests. Ladies of the Wood is 6, so I think as soon as I hit 6 we'll do that. Alright, let's go talk to the Baron.
Well, ready?
The sooner we resolve this, the better. Best do it tonight, at midnight.
Then wait here with me. Near midnight, I'll take you to where I buried her.
Get word to the common folk. Ought to stay in their homes tonight and draw a line of salt outside their doors.
Do I take a shovel to dig up the grave?
Take it. You'll need it, but not for that.
A bit further. Follow me.
Oh yeah, it's a bot, yeah.
You give the child a name?
No. Why would we?
Mistake. Names are powerful seals.
Here's the spot.
Chose a lovely spot.
Damn it, will you relent? I'm ploughing now I've done wrong.
Good. The grave's dug up and empty.
What's that mean?
Botchlings on the prowl.
Look!
Now we agreed not to kill him.
Take it in your arms, quick.
And if it goes Garrity, it'll bite us in the arse before we know it.
Keep screaming and it will turn rabid. It's calm for now.
Bloody hell. What happens when it gets ploughing restless?
It'll bite through your jugular, and you'll bleed to death before I can help. Tell me if it starts wriggling. I'll calm it with magic. Pick it up. Take it in your arms.
Merciful gods!
Back to the fortress.
What? With this?
As I recall, you were the one wanted to test the old legends, change it into a lubberkin.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that used to be a bobber. get to face some.
Spectres. Watching scent attracted.
What is it like that I'm doing? How many of them are there?
Yes, take me! He's thriving something fierce! Can't hold it! Calm it! Oh. Quiet now. Come now, we must bury it. But what do you want to do with it?
Me? Nothing. This is your job. Told you, gotta bury it under the threshold. If the tales are true, by tomorrow it'll be a lubricant. From then on, it'll watch over your house and help me find your family. Need to hurry.
On with it. Hold on until I devours.
Oh, I'm getting stabbed. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm dead. That's a good work. Alright. Do I have any oil for wood rates? I don't think I do. Oh, all the way back here.
You give the child a name?
No. Why would we?
Mistake. Names are powerful seals.
Here's the spot.
Chose a lup.
Da.
Good. The grave. Botch things up. Take it in your arm. Keep. It'll...
Go.
Back to the fort.
Right. Do I have? Don't think I have anything in the way of oils, really, do I? For this? No. Oh, I can brew a potion. I can brew a white honey potion. Okay. Not what I really want.
What's this?
As I recall, you were the one wanted to test the old legends, change it into a lubricant.
Oh, fuck.
Just check something. Oh my word, this is not going well. Oh, come on, double team with me. Come on, referee. Oh!
Pest, take me! He's thriving something fierce! Quiet now.
Whew. I mean, it's almost cute. But then again,
What do you want to do with it?
Me? Nothing. This is your job. Told you, gotta bury it under the threshold. If the tales are true, by tomorrow it'll be a lubricant. From then on, it'll watch over your house and help me find your family. Show me what you got. More coming. Need to hurry.
On with it! We'll run back to Lady Valance.
oh, hello. Uh-oh. Plan on the go. No! Hold on, Baron. Oh, double swing.
Squirming again? Like a daft eel? I cannot... It worked. It stopped.
Chosen a name?
No,
So think of one. It's important.
it's a girl. What would Anna have named her?
I don't know. I don't know Anna. I don't know Anna well enough.
What now?
Repeat after me. By the powers of earth and sky.
By the powers of earth and sky.
By the world that was to be your home.
By the world that was to be your home.
Forgive me, you who came, but who I did not embrace.
Forgive me. You who came, but who I did not embrace.
I name thee, say her name, and embrace thee as my daughter.
I name thee Daya, and embrace thee as my daughter.
Good. Now bury the body.
What now?
In 1 day's time, Dea should turn into a lubberkin. I'll stay here and wait. You go home.
I'll wait with you.
Out of the question.
But that's my child. And the guilt, the responsibility for all this lies with me.
Time for parental impulses? It's long past. Besides, nothing else you can do here.
But
No buts. Just Witcher's work left to do here. Gotta wait a day and a night for the botchling to turn into a lubberkin. That's it. Go home. And try not to drink yourself stupid again.
Sit and wait.
By blood's power I summon you. With your name I beseech you. Hear my call and arise, Dea. Lead me to those bound to you by blood.
Wizardry! Let me live.
Fuck off or I'll smash you.
Excuse me, this is a private building. Alright, let's go looting. Da-da.
Sure wasn't lavender they kept in there. Might be worth looking around, though.
Oh, hey, I found us some well.
A bracelet. One of them must have dropped it. Horseshoe. No way a pitch burner could afford a horse.
Whatever.
Clothing. They change in here? Both were here. I'm going the right way. Wants to show me something more.
damage to it. Blimey. Trying to get an achievement for
Should
shifting
examine
skills,
that
but
horse carcass.
don't think it worked. I'd have to look it up. Let's have a look. Oh, bloody, he died.
What do we have here? Bones have been here a while. Chewed on the saddle. Necrophages will eat anything these days. Giant claws. Wasn't a necrophage made these marks. Horseshoes missing. Is this the animal that lost one in the smokehouse? Head torn clear off. Takes incredible strength.
Let's summarize.
Must have been attacked by a powerful beast. Surprised him. Hope they got away. Trail goes on. Good thing it doesn't end here.
Grab some of that. I need to double check that achievement. There's an achievement for like killing them in like 5 different ways or something. But then again, I only thought 3. So maybe that's why it did pop, because I did kill him in 5 different ways.
What now, you piece of filth?
Oh, hey, Wolf. Oh, I didn't get anything from you, did I? Come back here. I want to loot your body. Need to cook that on fire.
A fisherman's hut. Seems she wants me to take a closer look.
Aha!
Who's that? Other room. Go on now.
What you seek here, sir? Our hut's out of the way. Woeful. We has nothing. We knows nothing.
Just need information. Looking for 2 women. The Bloody Baron's wife and daughter.
Not a soul have been here, sir.
Sure? Not even passing through? Daughter's medium height, about 20. Her mother's thin, about 40. Seen them?
That sir came at night, right, Mummy? Quiet, boy.
I want to help that woman. She could be in danger.
Young and seen no one, my lord. He's a kiddie. Must have dreamt it.
I want to hear this dream then. So, kid, who did you see? Who came here?
Pappy brought her at night. The lady does the medicines. She was all afeared. Talked about an awful monster. Said she had to go back. Dunno where to. Mummy and Pappy cheered her up. Gave her clothes. Hers were ragged.
Where'd the girl go? Your son said enough. No point in playing dumb anymore.
Sorry, sir. you don't look like one of her father's men.
Because I'm not. I'm looking for Tamara and her mother. I need to know if they're alive and safe.
Tamara is, aye. She's to my brother's place in Oxenford. But Mrs. Anna, that's another tale.
Though anywhere's better than the Crow's Perch with the Baron.
Why?
Cause he beat her, sir. Beat Mrs. Anna, I means. Everyone knew, but not a one lifted a finger for to stop it.
What happened to Tamara's mother?
Twere like this. I was awaiting in the old smokehouse with horses. Cold as hell and so dark, couldn't see past 2 ells in front of you. Moon had risen high, and still they hadn't come. Began to fear some demon had snatched them. But finally, they came forth, and we sets off towards the river. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gale arose. Thought it'd tear my head off. And those damn birds, swarms of them coursing o'er the woods, raising a racket to make your ears bleed. Mrs. Anna screamed, bent over into herself. Tamara knelt down, gripped her arms. 'Twere then I saw it. Fiery marks on her hands.
What marks?
They's, well, like burned on with hot iron. On the palms, inside.
Burned? Like a cattle brand?
Aye, though these wasn't black scars scabbed over. They's hot and glowing, as if they burned with raw fire.
Fine. What happened next?
Grew even darker. Seemed someone had put out the stars. Crickets all went silent of a sudden, and then, from the woods, a roar. Broke out in a cold sweat, and before I could catch my breath, a beast jumped out of the woods, big as a barn, with horns and 2 burning coals for eyes. I thought I was done for. Beast attacked Mrs. Anna's horse, ripped its head off, carried her off into the woods. Our horses, mine and Miss Tamara's, got spooked and tore off willy-nilly. 'Twere the only reason we escaped.
The miss wanted to go back for her mother, but my wife pleaded, said she'd die out there alone. Miss Tamara agreed not to go.
Why help them at all? You risked a lot.
I'd a debt. Owed Miss Tamara. 3 moons passed, a fever gripped my boy. We thought he was done for. Tamara learnt it. Brought food and salves. We're poorer than dirt itself. She saved my boy. No 2 ways about it. Me, myself, I'd have never dared to help. But my missus told me a time of war and contempt's come. A time of folk gone wrong. We needs to repay good with good. Who stands by idly does evil as if.
Married a wise woman.
Crying shame we couldn't save Mrs. Anna in the end.
Alright.
Thanks for your help.
The lady. She'll be alright in the end, won't she?
I'll do what I can to see that she is.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
So here our paths diverge. Thank you, Dea. Go in peace.
Alright, let's go talk to the Baron. First, I need my trusty steed, who's got himself stuck in a tree, by the looks of things. Oh, there he is. Oops, missed the bridge. Alright, plus I want to go play Baron for his Gwent card. do that. And then I'll go and drop. Excuse me.
Halt! Stand and do! I challenge you!
Boots a bit big, maybe? Careful not to trip.
Halt, I say! I am Ronvid of the Small Marsh, bound by a sacred oath.
Oh, that's rough. My sympathies.
To honor Maid Bilberry, fairest of all maids I know, by dueling 100 knights to the death. Now, draw your sword post haste, for I've knights in arm left after you.
Why are you challenging me? Don't recall doing anything to offend the Maid Bilberry.
Well, why? Then swear. Swear! Maid Bilberry's the most loveliest of all.
Thing is, I've never laid eyes on her.
Aha! Ah! I shall wash your scorn away with thy blood, fiend! Stand and fight! I yield.
Had enough?
Yes, luck stood with you. But the next time we meet...
Go back to Maid Bilberry and apologize for being an ass. Quick, before I change my mind and break your bones.
we shall meet again.
What people do for love.
Hey-ya!
Oh, steady. Why am I not carrying a trophy? Ah, because for some reason I don't appear to have any. Okay. Ooh, hello. What's this bubble? Light armor. Oh yeah, we'll have those. A bit better. And that's medium armor, which I don't really want, so sell that to somebody. Oh, I know. I know an armorer that might want that.
Ever heard of preventive
Passwords! Well, they look like a happy couple. Let's talk to them.
How may I assist you?
Looking for someone who can craft me some armor. Gotta be top quality.
Well, I've been at it 20 years now. Mastered the craft in some respects, if I do say so myself.
You wish.
Don't listen to her. She's been sore lately, snorting every chance she gets. So, what kind of armor are we talking about?
Light, but durable. Can't constrain movement, and I gotta be able to get in it without anybody's help.
That all? Sure it shouldn't be self-cleaning. And how about it wipe your arse after you take a shite in the bushes?
Could it?
Sounds great. Can you make a suit like that?
No, but find someone who can and I'll gladly meet them. Ought to know one thing when it comes to armor. If it's got to be durable, it can't be light.
It can. Just needs the proper tools to make it. Tools like the folk of Clan Torderoch used on Undvik.
Joanna, I told you time and again to stay silent when I talk to customers. Shouldn't pester folk with those nonsense Skellige legends of yours.
It ain't legend, and it ain't nonsense. My granddad would go to Undvik for his armour. Said Torderoch folk made the best. Till last year, that is, when a giant ravaged their island. Inhabitants either ran off or died, but the forge should still be in one piece.
Worth looking into. Say I find the tools. Will you craft the armor for me?
On condition you bring the tools. But only then.
Okay.
These legends mention where the forge might be?
Yes, north side of the isle, in a cave. clan folk carved out a rock face to build it.
Alright.
Look for the tools next time I'm in Skellige. Take care now.
Yeah, but I'm not going to Skellige for what? Oh, yeah, I was going to say you something.
How may I assist you?
You can buy something from me.
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Didn't I clear you out? Oh, yeah. Right. Sell that, sell that. Ooh. 2. Sell both of those. Keep that just in case. Oh, attack power. Yeah, baby.
So long.
Give me that attack power. This left a beautiful sword. Look at his arse. Where's my attack power? There it is. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh, I do have a trophy on it. Just didn't show up. Maybe it's a small one. Alright, Baron, I want to talk to you about your family, and I also want to beat your ass for a... Okay, why are we being stopped?
Remember me?
Stable hand pulled you out of the fire.
Won't ever forget that. Here, I'm grateful.
No, you're welcome, sir. Aha.
Witcher, a word, please.
What is it?
That night when the Baron ordered everyone to lock their doors, stay inside. What did you and the Baron do?
Gotta ask the Baron about that. Speaking of which, know where he is?
Garden. Spends a lot of time sitting there of late.
Drunk.
No. Don't drink, don't eat. Just sits.
Nice, he's not getting drunk. I guess that's something, but you really should eat.
There you are.
See the hollyhock there? The violet blooms. Brought the plants here from Nazaire. Anna had read some story. Insisted on having them. Spent hours tending to them, trimming, pruning. She was so content at that. And them, the frilly ones, called birds of paradise in Zerrikania. But Tamara called them dragons of paradise. She adored them. Damn shame I'll never learn which blooms would please Dea most. Though it's good to know her spirit's free.
Your loss. It must hurt. Bad. But there wasn't anything we could do.
No. Not now. Not anymore. It was too late. That was clear. Should have acted earlier. Taken them all from this damned felon. In this hole. This reesty mire. Nothing could go right here.
Got some information about your family.
You've learned something? Well, let's go inside. It's a bit chilly out.
Yeah, possibly not as chilly as what it is here at the moment. We literally have
Any
7
news
inches
for
of
me?
snow.
Your daughter's in Oxenfurt.
What the blazes? She all right? In good health? Safe? Why haven't you brought her back?
Never offered to do that.
How do you know she's safe? You see her at least?
No, but I talked to the man who helped her escape and then took her in. Tamara is safe and sound. From what I gathered, she has no desire to see you again, no intention to return.
I shan't trust some peasant dolt. I shan't trust whoever it is helped her. I need to know for certain she's safe. Go to her. You must be sure. See her yourself. I shan't believe anyone else.
I've done my part. You've got dozens of men. There's gotta be someone you can send.
You refuse to go?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you! Yet, if you're ever in the area, by chance even, take this and just make sure she's all right.
What is it?
A letter of safe conduct. Ever since the Redanians took hold of the Pontar Delta, they made it damned hard to get to Novigrad without one. Very well. You were to find them both. What of Anna? Learned anything?
Nothing yet, but I'm on her trail.
Well, what are you waiting for?
For you to tell me about Ciri, like we agreed.
Fine. A word once given. When Ciri was on the mend, we took her out on a hunt. Thought a bit of galloping would warm up her limbs, gone stiff from so much bed rest. That lass of yours, pure luck in the flesh. To hunt down a wild boar that size, why, worthy of one of King Foltest's feasts, where he's still among the living. Ciri, come! Our haunt should be yours as I see it.
Oh, you done well, lass.
Not bad. Not bad at all. But who goes boar hunting with a sword?
No bow at hand, no spear. My sword was all I had.
Well, you brandished it beautifully. Where'd they teach you that, anyway?
A little here, a little there.
Not surprising, given you wander the world alone.
Not alone no more. She's in the company now.
That's right. You're a member of the company. We're drinking together, killed a wild boar as a pack, you might say. But we've no notion how you arrived here. A woman in a man's garb, razor on her back. Who exactly are you? You a mercenary?
I just travel a lot. And I don't always happen upon such good and civil company.
Ah, gift of the gab she's got. Here's to good company.
This I like. Drinks like a lad, knows her sword work, kills a boar as if it were a piglet. A she-wolf, if ever I've seen one.
All right, all right. A woman could swing a sword. I've knowed one. But never seen a lady mount anything but a cock proper. All tipsy on horseback. Nothing strange on account they bloody mount them sideways.
Perhaps you'd care to wager?
Think you can outrun me on an horse? Naturally. What's the stake?
Black mare. The one in the stable.
Oh, that won't do it all.
Well, that's an awfully gloomy face. Too much of a coward to race a woman?
The horse is mine.
To race the Baron himself. I'd consider it an honor.
Oh, that'd be a sight to behold.
Would it ever?
Done. But if I win, I take your sword.
Agreed.
I'd not drink any more this night. You'll want your head about you. We start at daybreak.
Baron. Northern Samaria.
The day dawns.
Ready?
As ever, first one to the tower.
Man chop!
Alright, let's go. If I remember rightly, this is a fairly short race.
Come on, Ciri, don't you embarrass us!
Go on! Kick it!
Show how it's done!
Oh, we got this, we got this, we got this, surely we got this. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
You're wind, not woman. Worthy of the best horse. The mare is yours.
Thank you!
What?
That.
Another chance to win.
She screamed like a mad woman. In an instant, all had forgotten the wager. Every man ran to save his skin, even worried to break his neck.
And they make it?
Some, aye. Others were not so fortunate. But what happened then? I must say, Witcher, seen a lot, but nothing like this. Never.
Uh-oh. I know that look.
You're a fast learner. You'll know the rest once you find my wife.
Working on it.
And making piss-poor progress.
They split up. Hadn't considered that possibility before. But don't worry. I'll find Anna too. Can't help wondering why you made a deal with the Nilfgaardians.
What could I do? Cast myself at them and die a hero? Fuck a hero's death. Fuck death.
Rather live as a traitor.
Ere long, none will remember it. Temeria is no more. There's naught left to betray.
The local Nilfgaardian garrison doesn't look that strong.
What of it? Even were I to attack, cut them down to a man, others will come soon. Black Ones will flood this land, take control before long. Sure as we've all got arseholes, they will.
It's an interesting way of putting it, I guess.
How'd you wind up here? Just curious.
It's no secret. I was a Temerian soldier. My unit smashed at the war's start. Soon after, we lost hope of regrouping, driving the foe back. Those who remained wandered north. Others, deserters or merely broken men, joined us. We were a snowball rolling down a slope. By the time we reached Crow's Perch, I commanded a sizable force.
Just march into the fortress, make yourselves at home?
With Nilfgaard advancing, the local lord had fled, abandoned the perch. Once this war's over and Nilfgaard's victorious, the Black Ones will grant me a title. All talk of a self-proclaimed baron will cease.
Heard anything about there being witches in Velen?
I pay no heed to peasant babbling. Common folk see witches, wizardry, devils, and who knows what the fuck else every which way they turn.
Ever play Gwent?
I do. And what's more, I usually win. If you've a deck, sit down. Outplay me, and I'll give you one of my unique cards. How's that for enticement?
Done.
Let's lay him down.
Here we go. Alright, so, my decoy, I'm happy, and that's my double strength siege cards. Let's do this. Gee, we'll go first. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep those in. Oh, I can have my decoy. Alright. Hey! Alright, where's my little spy? Come here, spy. Nice. Him. Okay. That will do. Pass that one. I mean, I had air piano during my DJ stream earlier, now I've got a bit of air guitar going on. Just need the drums and we got it going. But I'm making some folk band. over, isn't it? Still another round to go, which makes me very nervous. Oh no, he's passed. Okay. Say, he's not going to give up all his cards that early, is he? Early doors. Oh, got a swordsman movement. Alright. Let's get going with these. Now that's rude. I have to say that is rude, and it does completely scupper my plans. It has to be said. Might be able to get away with this. We'll see. We shall see. This may be a problem. Unless he's got a sunshine, might be in trouble here. He does seem to play it. Okay, I'm not too far off actually. He's only got one card left. That's what I was worried about. Oof. Okay. Have I got enough to do this? Oh, look at that in one go. Hey! Never mind the rain.
Man's only as good as his word. Take the card. I fear Velen's short on worthy opponents. Boat builder in Oroton might be one. There was also an old soothsayer. Lived east of here, near the windmill, last I heard. There's a lad, about as reasonable as an old mare, but he plays a devilish hand. In fact, I don't rightly know that you're ready for him.
Well, you let me worry about that. I've just kicked your ass, so I don't really know if you're in a position to pass judgment. I'm gonna keep those. I need 22 in my stack. They help. They do actually add a little bit extra, so I'll keep those. But I've got another spy card, so I'm now happy. Right. I need to do that. Return this one. Even if it does get me a bit too close to no Bradford. Might like it. But then I can do that. Swing across, do Oxenford.
Pox on a lot of you.
And then I can. And then I'll come back with the
I'm talking about the shrieker. You, white one. Think your two swords could take.
Plus, I still need to find 100 flipping fast travel points. So, whilst it will take me a while to get to where I need to go by horseback, if I go by horseback, I might actually find a load. Cool. That'll help me. while I'm doing that, see if I can look up this shit. Oh, I've gone the wrong way.
Slower.
Actually, let's just look up this achievement. Kill 5 foes in a fight without taking damage and without using the coins. Okay, well that I can do. I know I can grow. There's a place I can grind that later on. Kill 3 opponents on one side, 5 using 3 different methods. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it is 3. But it's got to be in one fight. Ah, I can do that. Sounds reasonable enough. Oh no, I'm back where I'm back with this lady's this we want to go this way. Down. This way. Oh, make up your mind, game. You know.
Come on now.
Just give me the direct route.
Make way.
Make way! That was a bit of a stereo, everything going on. Person in distress? Oh no, alright, we're gonna come back for you. Person in distress, don't worry, we will come back for you when I'm at a more suitable level to come help you. Being at like level 11, sort of, at least.
Then both forces attacked, one from either side. Cavalry swooped in from the wood.
Excuse me, sir. Aha. That's looks like a monster's den. That's a bandit. Oh my word! Hello. Right, we're gonna come and sort you guys out. Hell. Shady merchant.
Interest you in a pass? Cheapest around, right here.
What kind of pass are we talking about?
You don't know. Redanians hold all the fords across the Pontar. Can't get through without a pass. But you're in luck. So happens I've got a few to sell.
What? Could dress up like Radovid and buy a gilded carriage for that much.
What am I to do if you can't afford it?
No deal.
Whoa, hold up. Might have a little work for you. Reduce the price for a job well done, eh?
Gotta think it over. So long.
Yeah, 'cause I have a feeling I got a pass from
Should I beat me wench one speak? We're off.
Slow now. Whoa.
Yeah, I got a pass. I think I got a pass from Radovid, didn't I? So I think I may not need one. Oi, you. Priest.
Well, Witcher, have you completed your task?
Why do you priests take an interest in the fallen so late?
The Church of the Eternal Fire's first duty is to the living. You've no notion of the work we did just after the battle. The wounded needed tending, refugees, pastoral care. We had sermons to deliver, donations to collect.
Of course.
Relieved to hear it. What would the people have done without you? So, took care of the graves. Interesting, actually. One of the corpses proved to be quite, well, alive. And pretty talkative.
What do you mean?
Fistech dealer. One of them survived. Had an awfully interesting story to tell.
Intriguing. I would purchase this story from you. For all time. Exclusively.
Yeah, go on then.
Deal.
Take this and get out of my sight.
Alright, so I've got that one done. Wrong button. Right, quests. So while I'm here, let's talk to Tamara. Oopsies. What the hell?
What's going on here? Why isn't anyone putting that out?
We want it to burn. Got it?
Piss off, or we'll fry you along with a fucking elf!
There's a third way out of this situation.
Oh, hello. Oh, great.
Shut up and fight.
Oops. Oh dear. Go. Oh, he's frozen. That's sweet. Okay, alright, let's torch you guys. Oh, missed me. I think I just got the achievement I wanted. Triple threat. Yes. No, wrong one. It's fine, I'm just gonna pause just while I, while the lady burns. It's all good.
Run fast. What was this about? Why'd they want to burn you alive?
They came to rob me. I refused to betray where I keep my valuables, so they brought in a cart full of firewood, barred me inside, and set fire to the thing.
Probably counting on you being swayed. Though I doubt they would have let you live even if you talked.
I've yet to thank you for your aid, Vatgern. My coin lies concealed in a hollowed-out stump behind the house. Take what you wish. It's dangerous to possess too much in these times.
Thank you. Farewell.
Hollowed out stump. Back of the house. Aha! Got it. Okay, so 20 crowns. Gonna sniff at that. Anyway, we are back onto this one. Oh my god, it's bad. There's a monster's nest. We'll sort that out in a minute. Depending on their level, of course. Run, dear.
Whoa there, Roach.
Oh, watch your step.
Why did Exile have to be our lot?
Oxenfurt.
Halt! No passage.
Case of the plague surface in the city or something?
The plague? No. We're to not let folk in the city. It's an order, so I don't, unless someone's got a pass.
What kind of pass are we talking about?
Well, a normal one. A transit pass.
Who issues them?
How should I know? I'm a lowly soldier.
Who ordered the city gates closed?
Word is the king himself. Doesn't want paupers and refugees pissing all over his beautiful city. Apart from which, when folk can go hither and thither, always a chance some spy will sling through. This way, spies got it harder. So, no pass, no passage.
Well, I've got a pass.
This way, you mean?
Let me look at that. Missing a seal, the red one.
Impossible.
Department of Civil Defence forgot again. They're really off their heads these days. Happens, so be it. You may come through.
Guy's falling asleep in the corner there.
Come through.
Fuck. Oh wait, no, I'm not leaving without my horse. Get away from Roach.
Watch your step.
Go, go.
Choked to death on 3 pounds of steam.
Lovely.
Watch your step. Redania.
You watch yours. This looks like an intriguing place.
To death on 3 pounds of steam.
Everyone to me!
Slow now.
So mate, to you.
What can I get you? Of everything from apples to Zan.
Looking to make some coin too, eh?
I'm out. Requisitioned by the army to support
The truth is in the stars.
I'm looking for Tamara, the Bloody Baron's daughter. Your brother said I'd find her here.
Wojtek send you, sir.
How else would I know she was here?
Wait a moment. I'll fetch her straight away.
That's pretty good.
You're looking for me, and who might you be? My father sent you?
Yeah, to see if you're still alive. And well. I'm Geralt of Rivia.
I'm quite alive and extraordinarily well, Geralt of Rivia. Better than I've ever been in this rotten life of mine, and now that you've seen me, I bid you farewell.
Wait.
We've nothing more to talk about.
Your father's a vile man. You're angry and bitter. Can't blame you.
Why do you help him then? Why did you take this job?
Because he knows something about someone dear to me. promised to tell me if I found you and your mother.
Got it. A bit of blackmail. Just his style. Well, now you've found me, you can tell him I'm alive and I'm never coming back.
Before I agreed to look for you, your father told me his version of events. Tell me yours.
Mine? It's dull as life amidst the swamps. My earliest memories are of a drunken father lying under the stairs, caked in mud and clutching a bottle. Next dozen years, pretty much the same. Father would drink, disappear for days, then come home in a rage and send furniture flying. Thank the gods for war. I was glad every time they sent him off. And the quarrels. I remember him screaming at Mum, the thuds as he beat her, then her sobbing. I'd hide under my bed and long for silence. That's the long and short of it. Multiply by 19 and there you have my life. Finally, we'd had enough, Mum and me. He crossed the line and we fled.
I don't mean to pry, but I know your mother had a miscarriage.
His doing? He shoved her, she fell, that's how it started. We were alone, no one to help, blood everywhere. Worst night of my life.
Sorry. Must have been hard for you both.
Mum was in shock. She was raving that it was better this way, that she never wanted the child. Must have had a fever. She was losing blood the whole time.
She didn't want the child?
Said she'd sooner cut open her gut than bear another child from his seed.
Wojtek claims your mother had strange marks on her hands, and that a monster dragged her into the woods. That true?
We were riding towards the river. Suddenly, Mum cried out, bent over, almost fell off her horse. I rode up to her and saw something strange. Her hands were on fire. And then that creature leapt from the woods. I don't know what it was, but it roared so fierce my nose bled. I saw it topple trees. I've never been so scared in my life. And that thing grabbed my mum and disappeared into the woods. I wanted to turn back, go after them, but the horses panicked. Now I don't even know if she's alive.
What will you do now?
Find my mum.
You realize that might not be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm not daft enough to believe I can do it alone. I've got some new friends now. Powerful friends. They'll help me.
Who are these friends, if it's not a secret?
No secret. Heard of the Church of the Eternal Fire? A priest helped me contact the Redanian witch hunters. Righteous, brave men. They'll help me.
Hence the candlesticks in your room. So you believe in the eternal fire?
Once the heat of the fire has set your heart aflame, it gives you strength and leads you down the path of truth for the rest of your life. I hope it'll bless you with its warmth one day.
Thanks. Thing is, fire's tricky. It's easy to get burned. What about your father?
Who? Oh, him. I don't care. I won't go back to him. That bit of my life? Forgotten it already.
Well, well. A witcher. Never thought the Baron would stoop to hiring a monster slayer. Though I hear you're good at tracking things down.
Glad you know who I am. Haven't introduced yourself, though.
Graden, witch hunter in the service of His Royal Majesty Radovid of Redania. I'm certain you've heard of us.
Rings a bell.
If the Bloody Baron sent you to fetch his daughter, you'd best face it. You will fail in your task.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't need it. As for Tamara, she can make her own decisions.
Noble of you. A killer for hire abandoning his bounty for the good of another. The hunters and the Church of the Eternal Fire thank you. So the Baron hired a witcher to find his daughter. Interesting.
Desperate fathers have been known to do a lot to find their daughters.
Unexpected from a witcher. I thought your mutations cleansed you of humanity. Stripped you of emotions.
You don't need mutations to strip men of their humanity. I've seen plenty of examples. Where are you gonna take her?
Tamara must rest. She's had a harrowing experience. When the warmth of the Eternal Fire has restored her strength, we shall see about finding her mother.
Hope you know what you're getting into.
I've never been more certain. The Eternal Fire is the best thing that could happen to me.
In that case, good luck.
Thank you for respecting my choice. Farewell.
And the cat just sat there the whole time. Why not? Oh, okay. First off, we got some points. Second of all, I got some looting to do. I can go upstairs. Oh, I can as well. How can I loot up here? Let's read the mysterious letter. Put that out to fire hazard. Ooh. Pearls of the North. Just gonna loot everything in sight and then sell it. You shouldn't smoke, sir. It's bad for your health. Alright, what have we got next? Okay, so that's our next one, I think. Right, what quests have we got here? Soothsayer, talk to a hunter. That's some fighting which we'll get into. Talk to Kira. Do some racing. Visit the Soothsayer. Okay, that's not good. Okay. Invitation to Kira. Alright, we'll do all of these in a moment. I'm just going to take a very, very quick break. I'll see you guys in a few. I have to think about that for a second. Okay, we're back. Alright, so I've just while I was enjoying a quick snack. I've added one onto there, but I haven't put that in yet because I want to keep the delusion up in case I need to delude some foes. I've put that one back on. I've also decided what we're going to do is we're going to go for that one first, then probably finish off the Kira secondary quest, and then do this main quest here. So that's the order I want to do things in. That should hopefully give me a nice bit of XP. Don't think it's going to give me 1,000 that I need to level up, but hey, you know. You never know.
Viva Radovid!
What about him? Ooh.
Mutant.
Mutant. Alright. I'm actually just going to fast travel. Alright, go to Hangman's Tree. Ooh, there's an exclamation mark as well. So we'll check that out. And some chocolate at the same time. Ah, Roach has gone. Move, dearies.
Come on, Roach.
Don't worry, just a witcher.
Oh,
What's this exclamation mark?
Terribly dear, these tariffs.
Hey there.
Q sets them, not me.
But you decide who cusses, not Bernard. Perhaps we might reach an understanding, eh?
We could talk it over.
Oh yeah, it's this guy who wants to sell me a pass, but I think I already
Okay,
have.
bring the corporal
That's
up.
it, Roach.
I'm not a common private.
Don't need one.
Car, you got some iron to match with your arse.
Huh? What do you want?
Hear about the notice. Got monster trouble?
Trouble? Good one. We're not having trouble. We're up shit fucking creek. Some shaggy fuck knows what sitting in the woods attacking every plough and transport that dares take the high road. We need out of bolts, arrows, rations, all around fucked. Sent a patrol out. Blokes never came back. So the job's simple. Bring me the fucker's head, and I'll give you gold. As much as the notice says. I'm not gonna haggle. Quartermaster won't budge. But I can throw in a pass that'll get you across the Pontar. So, deal?
Sounds fair. See what I can do.
Heard no monster will come near you if you stuff all your holes with garlic. But where'll you get garlic?
Alright, let's go have a look.
right through.
So I get a pass that I've already got. How many passes am I gonna need? That's alright, I mean I can collect them. There our goals. Right, let's. Oh, hello. This all looks a bit nasty.
Looted bear. Either someone stole the cargo after the monster attack, or our monster collects military paraphernalia. Clawed and gnawed. Necrophages fed here, but all the wounds they inflicted are post-mortem.
Oh, hello.
Footprints. A survivor? Either that or the monster's a humanoid.
What else is there to examine? Oh, hello. This guy over here.
Look like claw marks. But here, an arrow. Shaft's broken off right at the skin. Something's fishy here. I should follow these tracks.
Something's fishy here. Here we go.
Might want to look around some.
around and I can find an alchemist anywhere. Alright, we got more prints.
One step more and you'll gain a new hole in your head, Dwan. What do you seek here? Speak!
Need to talk to your commander. It's important.
I don't trust you.
Figured as much when I saw your bow aimed at me. Still have me in your sight. And I'm just not prone to doing stupid things. I can assure you of that.
I'll be assured when you hand me your weapons. Come on, your swords. Drop them, and I'll take you to Venosio.
Fine. Lead the way.
Yeah, let's
That gun. Strange. No monsters trouble us.
Might not trouble you, but the Redanians are convinced something prowls these woods. Hired me to kill it.
Well, they're mistaken. It's not the first time. There's no monster here. Your work is done.
This isn't a game. Men have died.
Soldiers have died. Radovid's soldiers, serving the man who torments the Enshe from the Great Sea to the Blue Mountains. Soldiers who joined in massacres, tortured our brothers, raped our sisters. I shan't cry for them, and will not stop attacking those transports. We must eat, same as you. So you've a choice. Leave now and forget what you've seen, or die.
Do what you will. I'm not about to get involved.
Give him his things, and toss in something for those transports. Wise decisions should be rewarded. Vafael.
oh, silk. Ooh, I'll loot all of that. Dorian sword, if I'm ever in the mood for getting it done. Moonwraith decoction. Oh, got it. Alright, I've got to try and convince this guy to give me a reward. How the hell's that going? Let bad things happen. I heard a lot of bad things about Radovid. So. But then again, his soldiers shouldn't have to suffer. Ah, whatever. Either way, I got out of it. It's fine. Let's just go and see what. It's fine. I've already got a pass, and there's more than one way I can get a pass. If I don't get a pass.
It isn't easy. Not at all.
Transit passes at exorbitant prices.
I advise you well.
Ye seek trouble?
No, I don't seek trouble. I seek this guy.
You're back, finally. Did you get the beast?
Got it.
There's no beast in the woods, just Scoia'tael.
Scoia'tael, you say? I thought we rid ourselves of those vermin. So, you got them?
Elves aren't monsters, so no. But I won't cry if anything happens to them.
Ha! Of course you won't. A good non-human's a dead non-human, as my father would say. Can't give you no reward. You didn't do the job. But here's the pass I promised, for informing the proper authorities. We'll make quick work of them.
Hey!
Want to try some goose sport?
I got some more stuff. Mysterious letter, national security, link to the words. Look at all these that I have.
Supposed to taste like beer.
Right, so that's that one done. Believe Kira. Next, she's 1,529 that way. Those are the words. Here's 1,499 that way. Let's go see Kira.
Sir, why we're up to our noses in frights and horrors, imps, Samother's mammons, flying drakes, pikes, oh, and bats.
What the hell's he on about?
Come on, Roach.
Alright, let's go find Kira.
Whoa there, Roach.
Oh, hello, what's in here? Okay, the music just got creepy.
Something just woke up.
Oh, that's for the missing brother. Load the checkpoint again very quickly, don't.
While searching for the witch Ciri had quarreled with, Geralt ran into an old friend.
Yeah.
Kira
I'm
Metz,
restarting it, but I want to actually
sorceress
see
told the
Bruno
Witcher
speak to
about
Bruno.
a masked mage.
I'd
Ciri
rather
had
not
seemed
have
to take
any
shelter
red
in his hideout.
bits
The
on
Witcher
my
set
bed.
off to find it, with Kira in tow. Ciri had never reached the elven mage, yet the wild hunt had. The ghostly retinue was one step ahead of Geralt, or so it seemed. The Witcher felt that all was lost, until Kira gave him a new lead. The Crones of Crookback Bog.
Alright.
So bored I could spew.
Come on, Roach.
Who will protect us poor from the cutthroats? Who, I ask?
On the path. There we go. There we go. Right, I've still got to find 100 bloody fast travel points, so I should probably not use the ones that I have already. Just go galloping.
We're in Novi.
No, we've already visited Kira, so probably all of them that I can get between here and there. And I've already found them anyway. So.
Heard about them sick black ones being sent to Mary.
Whoops. Maybe it's someone with my oars.
Not one of the
Who will protect us poor from the cutthroats?
We'll sort those bandits out in a minute. Once we've had a little time with Kira, of course.
The rats, why did he need them?
Bloody rodents.
Kira, what are you doing?
Geralt. You gave me quite a start.
But now the Magi says bring me rats and healthy ones. Not something the cat dragged in.
This the lamp from the elf's hideout? And what's this about rats?
Nothing important. I'll explain later. Now tell me, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Mentioned you wanted something from me.
I did, and still do. The Cursed Isle on Lake Windammer. You've heard of it, I'm sure. The local peasants mumble incessantly about it, about the wraiths that haunt it. They claim none who go there return.
How'd it come to be cursed?
That's what I don't know. I must break this spell, yet I've been unable to identify its source.
Gotta know something.
Scraps. The curse is somehow linked to the tower where Serad, the lord of these lands, took refuge when Nilfgaard invaded. Claims in the village are that peasants, desperate of hunger, sailed to Fyke Isle to beg for food. Met their end there. It was a massacre. So, will you please help me lift this curse? You're so good at these things.
Why are you so intent on this?
I'm not. The local peasantry is. The Isle, miss. You've got to lift the charm. You're a good witch, a great witch. There's no end to it.
Uh-huh. See, I thought you didn't care for the locals. The great witch you are.
I failed to lift the curse, and they could conclude I'm not so great. Not enough to conceal me from the witch hunters and risk getting sent to the gallows themselves.
What others think. Your image. That's all you care about.
The point is, listen, I didn't flee to these wilds just to stupidly get caught because some boar with grit under his fingernails grows annoyed with me.
So the peasants who went to the island for food, this lord had them murdered?
The villagers say he had them poisoned.
A real gentleman.
Well, I never met him. But he certainly didn't seem such a cruel man, judging by what a mage from the Isle told me.
A mage lived on the island? Did you know him? Where is he now?
We were friends. Sadly, he died that day as well. Very few survived. Yet even those who escaped the Isle soon suffered agonizing deaths. Strangely, they did not seem to have been poisoned.
Alright, let's go have a look.
Alright, I'll help.
I knew you'd find it irresistible. Naturally, you'll need to sail to Fyke Isle.
Fine. What then?
Well, the spirits who wander the Isle, you must establish a rapport with them. Don't know how, but they could point us in the direction of the curse's source.
Think they'll be willing to chat?
Of course, provided you take my magic lamp with you. I shall let you keep it afterwards in appreciation. You'll find it quite useful, I'm sure.
Can't you just come with me?
I tried to go to Fyke Isle once. Thought my head would burst, the curse's magic was so strong.
Nice of you to send me there.
I experienced an acute nasal hemorrhage. You stand to endure a wobble of your medallion at most. At Aretusa, they trained me to detect even the subtlest magic pulses. This was like getting smacked across my haunches with a grain flail.
Funny. Thought you'd go in for that sort of thing.
Take my boat. I left it on the lake shore near the village. Should be fit to use. Provided rot hasn't eaten it, as it seems to eat everything here.
How's the lamp actually work? I mean, do I just rub it, or do I Have to do something, magical.
You needn't even rub. Just place it where you find bones and hear whispers. I suppose I should warn you, it might not be the most pleasant experience.
Figured as much. Tell you all about it later. Maybe skip the drastic bits.
You'll need to do neither. I'll give you a Xenovox. It's a bauble that will let us speak over some distance. You will tell me what you see, and I shall tell you what to do and look for.
Lovely.
Never heard of a Xenovox.
It works just like a megascope, but is far more portable. Think of it as a magic box that talks.
They hard to build?
Extremely. That's why they're so rare. I certainly couldn't build anything like it.
So no chance these Xenovoxes will catch on with every mage using one?
Not the slightest.
Good. Where did you get it?
So where'd you get the Xenovox?
Found it in the mine along with the lamp. Thought it was part of the lamp at first. Didn't realize what I'd actually found until later.
Think it belonged to the elven mage?
Clearly. And I didn't even know the elves used them.
Alright, let's go to fuck out.
I need to know anything else before I go?
No, that is all. Oh, go already. I can't wait to see what you discover on Fire Kyle. Just be sure to come and see me afterwards. And Geralt. Thank you.
That's all I needed. Where's the thank you? Alright, let's go. And... use Kira's boat to reach Fire Kyle. She said, assuming it's not rotted. Which would be highly annoying and about right for me. That's why. Let's, there it is. We have a boat. Down. Pleasant little sail to a cursed haunted island. I get to go to all the fun destinations.
Geralt, can you hear me? How goes it? Where are you?
Almost there.
Splendid. I shall contact you again soon.
Wait, this Xenovox. Can I contact you with it, or is it one way?
One way only, I'm afraid. You'll have to trust my feminine intuition.
Your what?
My feminine intuition!
Wonderful. What? I can't hear. Broke already. Short-lived this
What did you say? Spirit. You must be very careful.
Uh-oh. Got him. Alright, let's go looting. Stuff out of this. If I can just find a... use the lamp to find ghosts. That doesn't sound like a ghost. I think that sounds like a ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Show me what you got.
Oh, what about that? It's me. Nice. Oh wow, okay, he's in half. Cycles blood. Sweet. What else are you gonna need? Ah, take you all. Oh, you're level 9. Come on, I got it. That wasn't as effective as I thought. God, they're coming from everywhere now.
What now, you piece of crap?
Woo! That was a bit intense. Look at all these nice alchemy goodies that you can get now.
Looks like rain. A fresh corpse. Must have come here a while after the nobleman's death.
Here, got a new marker. There's that.
Damn, you're ugly. Go exploring the tower. I would like to go find ghosts. Let's try Kira's lamp.
Millie, we gotta flee. Quick now. Millie! Millie, what's with you?
I don't know. So what?
Millie, we gotta flee. Quick now. Millie! Millie, what's with you?
I don't know.
Millie, we gotta flee. Quick now. Millie! Millie, what's with you?
I don't know. So what? Burning. Ah!
What? No. No, stay back.
Don't leave me.
Get a few points. I know, it's worth having a look around. Oh, I can't run while I've got it, that's slightly frustrating. So there may be a load outside. I know what. Sod it, let's just go and check out the tower. How did you know? Hags floating.
Where's that noble? Lying here, quiet as a mouse, head split open like a rotted pumpkin. More like a peasant now, sloshing around in his own blood and shite. Be nothing noble about him.
Too quick a death they gave him. Should have been made to suffer.
He's not the end of it. Sons can suffer for him, and the daughter. To the top!
Don't start, Annabelle. Back to your craft. Always bending my ear about fool peasants. I'll not hear of them again. That simpleton turned your head, but one Graham hardly makes the rest courtly, one and all.
My lord, peasants. They're through the door in the tower.
That's odd.
Blood. Many must have died here.
Gold! Piles of it! Oh, won't do the dead any good now, will it? Strange it's still here. The noble died a time ago. Who's that? Show yourself. Anyone there? Who? Who are you?
Peasants didn't come here to ask nicely.
Oh, if I missed something downstairs. Damn it. Aha, that's what I'm looking for.
Place is full of rats. As many dead as alive. Think they're feeding on...
Geralt, stop. You needn't be so detailed.
Oh, that was an interesting way of doing that.
Wonder what led them here. Hunger or greed.
Interesting question, Geralt. Oh, it's further on down.
Rich folk. Doubt I'll ever understand them. Keeping rats in cages like rabbits.
Let them out, maybe? Like to die of hunger if we leave them there.
I'd sooner burn the vermin. Releasing them's not like to bring no good. Imagine the harm they'd do if they swam back to the village.
Swam? Rats? How do you figure they'd do that?
You needn't fret for him. Clever little bastards. Clever than you.
They seem sluggish to you. Got the mange, maybe? Oh, and that stench!
Huh. I'm a looting everything. Oh, missed something here. Oh, a lesser glitter thing. Follow that ghosty figure. Short. Base at the moment, Geralt is just going around looting everything. There she is again.
Where are you? Have you got to the laboratory at the top of the tower yet?
I'm at the top. Nothing here that looks like a laboratory.
Then you've not reached the highest level. Look for a passage.
Come on it.
Someone dragged something across the floor. Or dragged it from one wall to the other, repeatedly.
Aha!
Looks like a laboratory. Pretty well equipped, too.
Why did you leave? You claimed to love me. I'm cold. Why has no one come for me? I cannot leave this place. I see no way out. Who are you? Do you seek to hurt me as well?
Don't be afraid. I want to lift the curse that grips this island. Your turn to tell me who you are. The other ghosts, they couldn't see me.
I'm special. Always was. The rare beauty. The Lord's daughter. These lands, as far as the eye could see, were ours. My family and I, we hid in the Major's Tower to await the war's end, the end of hard times. It was not to be forever.
Mage who lived here. Who was he?
Alexander? I hardly knew him. He spent most of his time locked away in this tower. He's dead too, you know. They're all dead. Mountains of corpses, yet I stand here alone, all alone. They've all abandoned me. Even he who promised me everlasting love. You will abandon me as well.
If I can lift the curse, you yourself will be free to leave. Tell me what happened here. Peasants sailed to the island to ask for food. Is that true?
No. They came to rob and kill. They thought us rich, believed we'd stowed ourselves away here to laugh at their misery. Yet we had little food as well. Too little to share with those who came. They slaughtered everyone. I heard my father cry out, but the mage told me not to reveal myself or let anyone in. He gave me a potion. If I was discovered, I was to drink it. He said everything would be all right.
What kind of potion was it? Remember its smell? What it looked like?
I remember only that I feared to drink it.
Didn't trust the mage?
In the village, they claimed he meddled in disease. Not curing it, but causing it. They said he lured rats into the tower, infected them with the Catriona. Only rumors, surely, but I was afraid. So horribly afraid. And then I heard him. My beloved Graham.
No, it wasn't me, I promise.
Me. I opened the door for him, but others rushed in. They lunged at me and...
Your beloved failed to save you. Why?
There were too many. Leave her be, he shouted. He grabbed at them, tried to stop them. They just laughed.
Did they hurt you?
They gripped my arms, tore at my dress. I managed to free myself and drink the potion, and then... nothing.
Poisoned? That how you died?
No, for I later awoke. I was alone, it was dark. Only there were rats. Everywhere. Dozens. Hundreds. And I couldn't move.
Sleeping potion. Effects hadn't worn off yet. You were paralyzed.
They were everywhere. All over me like insects. My face, my hands. I felt them rip open my skin, then crawl into my stomach. They tore me apart, and I could not even scream. Have I not suffered enough? Why can't I leave this place?
You weren't the last to die on this island. Found a fresh corpse in the tower.
The island's a dangerous place. Folk should not venture here. I too wish to leave.
Way to go.
The dead man looked like a monster had attacked him recently. The tower home to anything else?
How am I to know? There's lots of wraiths here. I hear them whispering every night.
Not talking about ghosts. A monster who hunts here. You must have noticed something.
I don't know. I've noticed naught. Why do you ask? Why must you press me so? You're to be my savior, not my tormentor.
Can you talk to the island's other specters?
No, I'm alone here. The others, they flee when they see me. I know not why. You do not fear me, do you?
No. Used to dealing with ghosts. Though, gotta admit, there's something about you. You're different. How can I help you?
A curse born of hatred binds me to this place. Only love's power can hope to lift it. But who could love a wraith?
And your beloved, he dead too?
Grail? No, he lives. I would know if he died. But he fled and abandoned me. Left me here all alone.
Maybe you could strip the curse of its power by forgiving him. You might cleanse the Isle. Your beloved, who is he? A noble son?
No, a poor fisherman. My father objected, strongly. He did not see us together. I miss him so. Each night I walk to the island shore to gaze upon the village. Does he remember me still?
Said before you can't leave the tower.
Did I? You must have misheard.
I don't think so.
I don't know anymore. It's all a nightmare to me.
Oh, hello.
As I see it, you're the curse's focus. The other ghosts on the island, their auras aren't nearly as strong as yours. My medallion started pulsating as soon as we started talking.
I don't know what you mean, but you do seem to know some things. You could be right. My fate is tied to the Isle, I feel that. Perhaps because I am heiress of these lands.
It could be your blood ties to the land, the base of the curse, that is. If so, forgiving Graham, laying your resentment to rest should lift it.
I loved him. I'm prepared to forgive him. But I must know that he regrets what he did. Take my bones to him. He must bury them. This will be our farewell. Will you speak to him? Will you do this for me?
Really sad story, but something's not right. Got a feeling.
What is it?
You're not telling me everything. You know the island's dangerous, but refuse to tell me about the monster that lives here.
There is no monster.
I think you're lying. Question is, why? To protect the beast? Or is it that...
Stop! I will not hear this!
I can't help you. Taking anything off this cursed island, from any cursed place, just too dangerous. And a dead woman's bones, that's asking for trouble.
They said witches are heartless beasts. Will you bring Graham here then? I so long to say goodbye.
Annabelle, listen.
You never wished to help me, and here I had someone would finally take pity on me.
Oh, hello. Now she reveals herself.
Damn it. Gotta catch her.
What to do, but where's the door?
Come on, come closer.
That is not how I expected that to go. Great, she's outside. Where's the door? Can't find anything in the blooming dark. Right, where are you? Oh, that did damage. Miss me.
Had to fight a pester.
A pester? And did you learn how to lift the curse before you lunged at her, sword in hand?
Yeah, we talked a bit. Looks like I need to get her beloved to the island. Fisherman named Graham.
I know the man. He lives in Oriton, village on the lakeshore. Find him immediately. We're close to unraveling this. I can feel it.
Problem is, she probably wants to kill him. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Great, how do we keep this guy alive? Who's that guy?
I want to talk.
You're deaf, damn it! I told you. Who are you?
I've been to the island. I know what happened there.
What do you want of me?
First off, who was that guy?
Want to talk to you about Annabelle.
Annabelle? What can you know about her?
I met her. Talked to her.
Annabelle's dead. Drank poison. And I couldn't save her.
Did you love her?
Something mad. Loved her so deep I believed we'd come through, believed we'd be together. Of course, it was not to her father's liking. His daughter and a plain lout.
What happened on Fyke Isle? You gotta tell me.
'Twere Millie, Finch and Faulkner. They rallied the men, all roughs, to go to the Isle, take back what was ours from the noble. They knew I was known at the tower, that the Lord's servants would open the gate for me since I sold them fish.
They forced you to go with them?
No, I saw my chance in it, for Annabelle and me to flee. But it all spun into chaos. Our boys from the village, they started killing everyone. Annabelle, they wanted to rape. First, then she drank the poison. Mage must have gave it her. I ran out the tower, hollering that I wanted to die, cursing them all to hell. Don't force me to speak of it. No more, please.
Said you were hollering as you fled the tower, the island. What exactly did you say?
I don't remember. I wanted them to pay for what they'd done to her.
Might have cursed them. There's a powerful magic aura on Fyke Isle. Passions, evil intent, strong emotions of any kind can activate it. Your words could be the curse's source.
She took the poison because of them.
It wasn't poison. Annabelle drank a strong sleeping potion. Mage wanted to protect her, make it look like she was dead. Convinced everyone.
That means You said you spoke to her?
Spoke to her ghost. By the time she awoke, tower was full of cold corpses. And rats. She was warm meat. Rats ate her alive.
She was alive the whole time? But... Can't be. She was cold all through like a corpse. I shook her, begged her, open your eyes. I never thought...
It's not your fault. No guilt in not knowing, and you couldn't know it wasn't poison she drank.
Gods, what have I done? If I had stayed behind to bury her, I didn't notice she was alive. It might have ended different, ended well.
If you'd stayed on the island, I doubt you'd have survived.
I'd take death over leaving her to the rats like that. But there's naught I can do about it now.
No, there
Wrong
is.
on that count. Annabelle needs you. You can help her.
She's still there? In the tower? Can I see her?
Yeah. One thing you should know, though. In death, Annabelle turned into a pesta.
A pester? What's that?
More than a restless ghost. A plague maiden. A powerful wraith filled with grief and hatred that drive her. Give her the power to sow disease and death.
She suffers. How am I to help her? Gods know I'm willing.
Annabelle thinks you abandoned her.
Gods! She hates me. And all this time she's thought I abandoned her.
Yes, go to the tower, talk to her. Maybe you can convince her that's not how it was.
I thought she died. I'd never left her there otherwise.
Then tell her. Maybe that'll work, I don't know.
A curse has imprisoned Annabelle and the other spirits on the island. Love can shatter its power, free her and them.
Just as in the legends.
If you know the legends, you know one kiss is enough to break an evil spell. On one condition. That it's a kiss from someone whose love is true.
I told you. I said I love her with all my heart. Take me to her, please.
It's dangerous. There are risks involved. Understand that, don't you?
Of course. I'm no coward. I'll not run this time.
Alright, let's go.
Nothing. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go to the tower.
Oh, we're already there. Awesome.
Because of you. I've waited long enough for revenge. And now it comes to us on
See if I don't survive this.
Last I came through here, I still hoped Annabelle and me would... It weren't impossible. We could have been together, and now she's dead. And it's my fault. If only I'd been able to protect her.
Can't change the past, but you can still help Annabelle to move on, to rest in peace.
It's terrifying here. It's too quiet.
Chop, chop. Speed up. Let's get this over with.
I remember the screams. Inhuman they were. Now it's silent. They're dead. All dead.
Don't think about that. Keep walking.
Yes, walking involves putting one foot in front of another. So please, get on putting one foot in front of another. Why are the flames green? Maybe not wonder up with my sword, kind of gives the wrong impression. Alright, here we go.
You have not forgotten. You've returned for me.
Is that?
Don't you recognize me? It's me, Annabelle. The one you abandoned, remember?
I was sure you was dead. If I'd known otherwise, I'd never have left you. I'd do anything for you. I would. You know that well. Believe me, I beg you.
Prove it. Kiss me.
Graham, careful.
Oh, this is gonna end nasty, isn't it? This isn't gonna be a true love's kiss. He's gonna get his heart ripped out or something, isn't he? Rip him.
At last.
Oh.
The curse is lifted, and Graham and Annabella are reunited. Experimenting on humans. Never would have gotten away with it if the Conclave were still in charge.
What was he trying to do? Oh, black blood. That's going to come in handy. Anything else? Grab in here. Ow! Fell off down the stairs. I mean, if I've got this little box thing, why do I have to go to Kira? Why can't I just tell her over this the magical walkie-talkie? Just grab everything I can. Can I make anything at the minute? Ooh, I can make blue mutagen. Let's do that. Oh, I can make black blood. Oh yeah, absolutely going to do that. I'm going to be fighting a lot of vampires. They will resist to make a Buffy vampire at this point. So she would very much come in handy at one time. Stop, now I'm stuck. Up, now I'm out. Where is the wrong one? leaping like a gazelle. Oh, we're nearly up to oh, look at all these. Look at all these question marks. Get them cleared out. No, because the bog.
Come on.
One is actually quite a long one, so maybe not. Just got 9 o'clock. I've been going
Faster.
2.5 hours, and I haven't really got much done. These quests are so long. Oh, there's Kira.
Geralt, just when I was starting to miss you.
Why do you want the lamp?
You just witnessed why. To communicate with lost souls.
Didn't know you were interested in that kind of magic.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Why'd the elf promise you the lamp?
We traded for it. He needed powerful magic and sensed I was no common wart charmer. I brewed him a potion. To delay nervous tissue degeneration, stave off memory loss or some such.
Who'd he want to use it on?
He didn't say.
Fyke Isle's free of its curse.
Able to persuade Graham to go to the tower with you? Did you mention there was a pester involved?
He knew the risks, but he'd also heard lots of stories about true love, whose kiss can break any spell. Can't help thinking that gave him courage.
And? It ended well?
No.
Depends how you look at it. Curse is lifted, Annabelle's spirit is left in peace. But Graham's dead.
Oh, poor boy. Still, he's proved that true love may be more common than some suppose.
One thing's bothering me.
What?
Annabelle said Alexander was studying diseases. She mentioned Catriona. You knew this?
All the mages knew about it. Alexander was a highly regarded epidemiologist. I would have given anything for an opportunity to study his notes, but he guarded them jealously.
The lamp. What do you want to do with it?
As I said, you may keep it. I don't believe I shall need it anymore, given the Isle's been cleansed. I actually regret not going there with you. Perhaps we can make up for that lost time now.
Ooh. Now there's a proposition.
All right. Time I was on my way.
Perhaps you'd stay just a bit longer? There's one small favor you might yet do for me.
What is it?
I put in an order for a few substances from Novigrad. The trader was due to be here yesterday, but has yet to arrive. Could you see what happened? The package is rather important to me.
Why not? If he was coming here from Novigrad, he must have passed through Blackbow. I'll check the area.
Thank you. I shall be ever so grateful.
Things we do for a pretty
Ask a service of the Witcher, the Pella must. A witcherly service, that's to say.
What do you need? Tell me.
A man who fears no evil the Pella needs. Forefathers' Eve is nigh. We've rites to conduct. Wandering souls to emerge. Damned souls, too. We've the circle to protect from these wretches.
What'll I get out of it?
Witches do naught for free, this the Pella knows. Not to fear. How to reward one for their aid, this too the Pella knows.
Okay.
Why hold the ritual at all?
At times men die choking with regret. At times death takes them before they've tasted any bitterness in life. These poor souls, unfulfilled, cannot leave this vale of tears. Their spirits wander midst the living, must be judged, sent on their way. This we do, on Forefathers' Eve.
Alright.
Seems like you could use a witcher, so yeah, I'll help.
You'd not refuse, the Pella knew. The time's come to gather the folk. Across the lake we must journey, to Fyke Isle.
Oh,
there in the circle of stones we shall meet.
The sooner we resolve this, the better. Best do it tonight, at midnight.
I'm just getting dragged into everything. Alright, let's go and... You know what? No, let's take Roach. Roach.
Go, go.
Alright, let's head to the Isle. Oh my word, it's all the way over there. Okay. It's that way. Hello. That. I need to sell someone who will sell me some bomb.
I'll be back.
Oh, yeah, baby. Alright. Let's meditate.
Greetings.
Just in time. Good folk, behold the one who will protect us. You needn't fear. Soon shall we summon the wandering souls. Beyond all help some will be. From these you must protect us. Evil creatures keep at bay. Keep at bay till the ritual's done.
Alright, here we go.
Begin.
Keep us from harm, and let them not disturb the circle. What is this life? Well, you know.
Fleeting torment, ere we go.
What comes next once life subsides?
Man his own fate decides.
Soon will rise thy dead, thy buried.
Each will say by what they're harried.
Will ye grant these souls reprieve?
We're prepared to end their grief.
Let's begin Forefathers' Eve.
Oh, here we go.
Ye who wander on the gale, ever caught in this world's thrall, see this sign, gentle and pale. Ye we summon, ye we call. Tis right.
A spirit breaks the still.
Burn the incense ever higher.
Spirit journeys
Oh, that was close.
Ye we summon, ye we call.
Oh my
Enter
word.
souls, we'll judge ye all.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm just trying to...
What is this life? Well, you know.
Fleeting torment, ere we go.
What comes next once life subsides?
Man his own fate decides.
Soon will rise thy dead, thy buried.
Each will say by what they're hurried.
Will ye grant these souls reprieve?
We're prepared to end their grief.
Let's begin Forefathers' Eve. Ye who wander on the gale, ever caught in this world's thrall, see this sign, gentle and pale. Ye we summon, ye we call. Tis right.
That might be the greatest spot on the ground.
Ye we call. Enter souls, we'll judge ye all.
Come here, you.
Something whispers, something speaks. Someone near our fire creeps.
I'm prepared during battle. Now let's find out. Oh, I can as well. Awesome. Oh, come on. That was just not good. That did not go well. That was not what I particularly wanted to happen. Okay. Let's try again.
What is this life? Well, you know.
Well, you know.
What comes next once life subsides?
Right, now I know that my sword needs repairing. Oh, that needs a massive bit of repair. My God. Let's get that repaired. Alright, I'm going to have to find an armor that needs to be repaired.
Soon will rise thy dead, thy buried.
Each will say by what they're hurried.
Will ye grant these souls reprieve?
We're prepared to end their grief.
Let's begin Forefathers' Eve. Ye who wander on the gale, ever caught in this world's thrall, see this sign, gentle, pale. Ye we summon, ye we call. Hark, the sound I hear. 'Tis right. Burning incense ever higher.
We got this.
Ye we summon,
Oh, no.
ye we call. Enter souls, we'll judge ye all.
I got you. I got this.
Something whispers, something peeps. Someone near our fire.
There's only the water hag trying to kill you.
Ye who wander on the gale, ever caught in this world's thrall. See this sign, gentle, pale. Ye we summon, ye we call.
Come here, you. Ow. Oh, how did it hit me? Oh! Finally!
Hark, a sound I hear. 'Tis right. A spirit breaks the still of night.
Burn the incense ever higher. Spirit, join us round the fire.
Spirit, Speak! This time is yours. Tell us of your ghostly woes.
Who are you?
He knows.
Should I drive him away?
Nay.
I've come for you, patricide.
Begone, foul force! I cast upon you the light of the eternal fire! Abomination! Stop this at once!
The errant souls! We must help them!
Silence! I'll not tolerate necromancy.
Help me!
Leave now. You're disrupting the ritual.
This is black magic. These folk disturb the dead. We cannot allow it. We will not.
You don't know a thing about their customs.
Take him and disperse the others.
Good folk, leave not these grounds. Ye cannot break the circle.
Oh, that's... Oh, look, the pellet gets involved.
Tis an ill turn. Ill. Woe away. Blood has stained the hallowed ground. Yet we cannot stop what has begun.
The bloodshed, it do any harm?
Tainted lies the circle now. They who thirst for the gore of men shall come. God's willing, they will be few, and the Peller shall finish the rite.
If you want to continue, I'm ready.
Good folk, we must the eve complete. Prepare yourselves. Ye we summon, ye we call. Enter souls, we'll judge ye all.
All is quiet, all is gloom.
Something whispers, something peeps. Someone near our fire creeps.
All is quiet, all is gloom. Believe in the darkest gloom.
Wraiths! This sacred ground is with blood stained. We cannot the ritual complete. People, save yourselves. If your lives you value, run!
Run, I'm gonna fight these wraiths. I love the fact that he's getting it right. Oh, hello, that was... There it was.
Alas, all is lost.
Gotta be a peasant who told the witch hunters about the ritual. That spirit they drove away. Your father's ghost, right? Threatened to come back. Likely to keep his word.
Old man Ambros, the Peller fears not.
That wraith called you a patricide. He get it right?
Aye.
If I'm gonna help you, I gotta know everything. Why'd you kill your father?
The Peller does not wish to speak of this.
You can't hope to manage this alone. You're afraid, that's clear. Wraith will hold sway over you. Listen, I'll send him off. I've got to. But I need to know where he's buried. Corpse probably hasn't turned to dust yet. That's his bond to the world of the living.
Ambros lies in the swamp.
Fine. I'll find his body, see what I can do.
Killed his own father. That's... Alright, we got some more points. on our tree. We got some more points on our tree. That's good. Okay. A bit of defensive malarkey going on. Alright. Firstly, I want to go find the fast travel area. Actually, there seems to be very little point. I might as well just go find a boat.
It's clearing up.
Nice. I don't know if it's clearing up here. There's a lot of snow outside, I know that far. Oh, that was a nice turn. This would not be my idea of a relaxing time, I have to say. I don't know what it is about sailing boats. But I did go punting. Actually, I've been punting a couple of times. Go find the body of the father, the Pella's father. Find out why he killed him. Why would Pella kill his own dad? I mean, that might have been for the insurance money. Answers on a postcard. Levels wise on this, we're doing alright. I'm now just getting paranoid. Yep, still on deathmatch. Save just in case. So it's level 7, so now I definitely want to complete this Kira one. And then do the contract. So it's quite useful. But then again, all I'm having to do is hold A. Now, you know, if sailing a boat was this easy, just hold A, and then you do it, it'd be great. Sarah's just sent me a picture of Sparky Lions. Alright. See if we try to get a little bit closer. Right, somewhere in here is a body.
Show me what you
Whoa. You're surrounded. That was the opposite of what I wanted to do. Ow. Oh, hey, that worked. Right. Oh, hello.
The swamps kept Ambrose's body in good shape. Even where the Peller smashed his head in. Gotta incinerate it. That ought to get the Spectre to leave.
I think a bit of Igni is in order.
Leave the world of the living. Never return again.
Go. Up. Whoops, wrong button. Alright, let's find out where we're going. There's a quest available. Okay, I'm intrigued now. I want to know what this quest's about.
Oi, master! You stay clear of that.
Oh, I know what this quest. Yeah, I can pick this up later when I go and grab the contract. I remember that one. I'll just deal with contracts that I currently have, which I have a few already. Right, back to where I'm going. Do. Fast travel to the harbour. And then fast travel point. Alright, Pella. Ah, Blackbow. So we can nip up to the Pella. And then I'll just quickly come back down and sort out Kira's stuff for her. Ah, sorry, lady. No, I don't want to pass out. Roach, you have stopped in the most awkward place ever.
It won't be as cocky. Stay there. Maybe I'll spot
Oh, Princess the Goat's still there.
White wolf, wise wolf. What is it the wolf needs?
Found your father's body. Had to burn it.
Good you did. Return for me ye would have.
What's your story? You actually kill your father?
'Twas an evil man. The Peller feared him once, but then grew brave. What his father did to his mother, the Peller could not look upon it. So he split the father's head with an axe, left him in the swamp. But folk knew.
Ghost's not likely to come back.
Thank you, Witcher. A reward for your aid. And if herbs or remedies you ever need, for near nothing you will have them from me.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
White wolf. Wise wolf. What is it the wolf needs?
I want to see what it is I can have for next to nothing.
Could use a few potion ingredients. Show me what you got.
Okay, what we got here? You got anything bomb related? Hang on a minute. I'm close to making. Guess you haven't got any calcium acrum, have you? Because that would just be a long shot. I'm very close to making hangman. That's the one I wanted. Iron area.
Could use a few potion in.
Yeah, show me what you got. I saw you had some iron area. I want some. Okay, you do have some calcium acrum. That's, wait, what do I need calcium acrum for? I didn't see any Gwent cards. Very surprised if I saw any Gwent cards.
So long.
Alright, now that's that sorted, let's see what I can make. Oh, I can make... Oh, I can make Spectre Oil. That's going to be handy. Well, we make one. We make Grape Shot one. Favor for Kira.
Move it.
Okay, back to Blackbow. What his Mets is after. There's a load of them. I remember there's an achievement for you do. To kill 5 foes in a fight without taking damage and without using Quen. Oh, let's do that. Ow! Okay, that didn't work. Nope, that's not right.
Stench.
Ah! That then. Oh, that would have been perfect. And back to a favor. can't use Quen. It didn't mention anything about not using anything
Slow
else.
now. Whoa.
Took damage. That didn't really go how I wanted it. Ah! Oh wow, okay, maybe I just won't go for that achievement. That's just kind of asking for trouble right now. It says you can't use Quen, but it doesn't say you can't use anything else.
Faster.
If I save just before I get there, that might be a lot better. Ow. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that because this is just not going well for me right now. But at least I know where they are. I'll make a note of them because if I have like stupidly powered things by the time I get round there, I can come back for that one. Alright, somebody remember that for me because, you know, I'm likely to forget. Come back to those.
Grounders in the water. My favorites.
Alright, son, it was just gonna go for it. I found a new marker. The drowner killed the hag. That was interesting. I'm dead again. Oh, dear, dear. Oh, this isn't going well. I wanted to get all of the achievements on Deathmatch difficulty. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Yeah, well, once I get my flipping stuff a bit more powerful and I'm more sort of leveled up, I'm going to come back to this spot.
Wide, heavy wheels. Merchant's wagon. Drowners in the water. Back to what I was investigating. Why I was so rudely interrupted. Veered off the road at high speed. Doesn't bode well. Merchant traveling across Velen alone. No way that was gonna end well. Leftovers, cuts of meat, cataplepis. Wonder what spell requires that. Human, from an artery. Can't be far. Wouldn't have made it. Packer's still intact. Don't sense anything magic, though. Wonder how Kira will explain this one.
Let's just do that. Come on then, Roach. More guarded treasure. I'm definitely coming back to this area once I've leveled up some more. Contracts last as well.
Geralt, just when I was starting to miss you.
Got those, substances you wanted?
Splendid. I can finally begin my study of double arboreal racination patterns. But first, I'll...
Brew yourself a mug of mulled wine? Saw what the wagon was carrying. Exquisite meats, expensive wines, Zerrikanian spices. Not a speck of magic. Care to tell me what you're up to?
I would rather show you, but you must wait a bit.
Color me intrigued. Fine, I'll wait.
Then shoo, outside.
Gonna slip into something more comfortable?
Later. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Well, go on, out.
Out.
You've been patient, thank you. It's almost ready.
Huh? If I wanted to see white mice, I'd just get drunk.
Note that I said almost. Now don't interrupt. The Cain Vin Cathel.
Third mouse. What happened to it?
The spell has a 66.67% chance of success. I always use one more than I need, just in case.
So where did... Kira, can I explain what's going on here?
Know the fairy tale about Cinderella?
Mm-hmm. True story it's based on, too. A Zoogle cropped up in a palace pond and ate Princess Cinderella whole. Left behind one slipper, so...
I beg you, not another word about Zoogles. Now, to return to the fairy tale, I'd like to escape these ghastly swamps for one magical night. I don't need a fairy godmother, I'll cast the spells myself, but I could use a Prince Charming. It just so happens you're the only decent candidate in all Velen. So, what do you say to a moonlight ride on horseback? And dinner?
I'm a witcher, not a gigolo.
I'm a witcher, not a gigolo.
Don't flatter yourself. I don't want to shag you in the bushes, but to share a pleasant evening. But if no, then no.
Oh, all right. I'll do it.
I feel honored. Truly. Before we go, there's one more thing.
Gotta transform a pumpkin into a carriage?
No. I shall transform our rancid rags into something more glamorous. Don't wince. It'll only be an illusion, won't hurt a bit. And at dawn, everything will return to normal.
Why not? Might as well go all out.
Then hold on tight. Gavella Glan.
So, what do you think? Neckline too modest?
It's just right.
Well, I might also have changed your hair colour while I was at it. I've always fancied dark-haired men. Oh well, any port in a storm.
Well, off we go. Dinner's waiting. Last one there does the dishes.
Move it!
I wanna take Roach. Oh, I guess I have to come back for Roach. I'm sorry, Roach, you're services are not required this evening. Go hang out and find a nice lady horse. Oh, there's another quest to be quested. Oh.
Congratulations. You'd make an excellent jockey.
If only I were a foot shorter and 5 stone lighter.
Well, yes. But then I'd not have invited you here. Now do you see why I needed those substances?
Could have just told me what this was about right up.
Geralt, run to the woods and fetch my shopping. I'd like to make dinner. Well, would you have helped?
If I'd known I'd get a glass of Zubaram dry in return, of course.
Well, well, never took you for a wine connoisseur.
Think witchers suck the marrow out of drowner bones and wash it down with puddle water?
More or less. Well, we've chatted long enough on empty stomachs. Let's dig in.
Must have cost you a small fortune. Sure you don't need me to pitch in?
Please, I manage. You know, a dozen eggs here, a cock or gander there. Besides, my finances are about to improve.
How, if you don't mind my asking? I mean, you'd think the only work to be had in Velen would be in farming.
Very true. So, I've 2 options. I can either start cultivating turnips or leave. But that's not what I wish to discuss. Thank you once again, Geralt, for your help with the tower. You were fabulous.
Not the first curse I've lifted.
But among the most difficult, correct? What happened on that island? Why, I shiver at the thought. And the laboratory. I sincerely hope you burnt everything. The cages, the corpses, the papers.
Why are you even interested?
Because I grasped the importance of the studies conducted there. In the wrong hands, the findings could do immense harm. I'm sorry. Such a gloomy subject to broach. I simply shouldn't have, not during our romantic dinner.
Romantic? Thought we came here as friends.
Friends. With benefits. So?
Sorry, there's someone else.
So what? Oh, Geralt, Geralt. You're so old-fashioned. Will you at least lie down and gaze at the stars with me?
Why not?
Know what they call that constellation in Zerrikania?
Dragon something, I bet.
No, it has a different name. A bit indecent, actually. Lean closer and I'll whisper it in your ear. Egfain Nave.
Now that's just cheating.
Kira? Where?
Give me a sec, guys.
Put me to sleep with a spell. Means she's up to something. Fyke Isle. The tower.
I'm just gonna swim. I actually go faster than a boat. Should have been in the Olympics. Powerful strokes. Bobbing up and down. There we go. I shall not trouble you, Ghoul, if you leave me alone. Fair enough. Ah, we seem to have attracted some attention. Oh my word, hello. So preparing.
light. Top floor of the tower.
What are you up to?
So, found what you were looking for?
Yes, thanks for asking. How are you feeling? Sleep well?
You used me.
Oh, please. I merely seized an opportunity.
If I'd known you just wanted Alexander's notes, I'd never have helped you lift the curse from Fyke Isle.
All right. Perhaps I wasn't completely honest. Didn't quite toe the line. But I knew you'd manage. You're so manly and all. Geralty poo. Wipe that frown off your face, or I might think you don't like me anymore.
Didn't come here to play games. I want to know what you're up to.
Naturally, you suspect me of the worst. I don't deserve that. My intentions are pure, like a virgin's tears. Alexander was studying the Catriona plague. I'll use his notes to produce medication, perhaps a cure, or at least a vaccine.
Strictly humanitarian motivations, is that it?
No, strictly selfish ones. The mighty would pay willingly for such a remedy. Can you imagine how much? Take Radovid, for instance. Why, he might even consider forgetting my past associations with the Lodge.
You're either incredibly gullible, or you're trying to play me again.
Whatever do you mean?
Radovid has one objective: to defeat Emir. Curing Catriona, stopping the plague, won't help him do that. So he'll either burn you at the stake with those notes among the kindling, or he'll make you use them to create a weapon.
Don't be ridiculous. Bacteria cannot be controlled.
Not yet. But it's possible in theory, isn't it?
In theory, it's just as possible for a Dachshund to impregnate a she-wolf. I don't have time to debate this, Geralt. I'm going to see Radovid whether you like it or not.
It's your conscience. But you do know hundreds, thousands could die.
What of it? What difference will it make if Nilfgaard's legions die by steel or because of some fucking germs? None.
A plague can go wrong, go wild. A sword won't. That's the difference.
Shut up for a moment and look at me. See this? Bedbugs, Geralt. Bloody bedbugs. I, Kira Metz, advisor to Foltest, a member of the Lodge of Sorceresses, have bedbugs. Think what you will, but I'll not stay in this bloody swamp one day more. Not one day. I shall cross the Pontar, and that means Radovid's men will find me sooner or later. Don't you understand? I don't have a choice. I will have to parley.
Got another option. Go to Kaer Morhen.
You believe I'd be safe there?
Long as you don't piss Lambert off, yes. Emir, Radovid, neither will be able to reach you. Find little in the way of luxury there, but we do have clean sheets.
It's a long way. Well beyond the dividing line. But if I keep to the woods until I reach the Kestrel Mountains, I should pass through unnoticed. So be it. Seems I find it hard to refuse you, handsome. You've clearly a notion of what women want, how they think.
So, see you at Kaer Morhen? Beds free of bedbugs, mostly.
I long to be there already. See you, Geralt.
Ho! Our achievement! Friends with benefits. So probably calling Kira Metz. Nice. Right, what have we got left to do? Okay, so I've still got to do that. That's fine. So it's talk to a Hunter. Collection. My place went. Some races. I got to visit Thusa, who's also a grand player. So we killed 2 birds with 1 stone there. Contract wise, help. Alright guys, give me a second. I'm just going to take a very quick break and then I'll be back. Alright, we're back. So, don't need to worry about that. Looks like this, so let's do that one. Okay, we are quite far away actually, aren't we? Guess I could go visit the soothsayer, place we went. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone in that regard. But I do need to get my swords repaired as well. Let's go visit the soothsayer. He's in the middle of nowhere. Right. I'll take on the Shrieker contract actually, since I've got to go and get this repaired. Alright, let's go and get this repaired. And then
Quite the work my man's got, eh? Not half bad. Brought him a bucket of helium yesterday.
Greetings.
Yeah?
Heard you have a problem. A monster you call a Shrieker.
Aye. Prowls about, it does. Snatches cows and goats mostly, but it won't scorn a man if it runs into one. Borzoi, huntsman under the old lord, well, he said enough's enough. Claimed he'd put a stop to it, drive the beast away. Took a hatchet. Laid an ambush for the Shrieker beyond the moat, where the fields start. It's where we found him. Gut stretched o'er the crown of a tree like gossamer. Took half a day to collect the parts. Put him in a grave.
alright, I'll take the job.
High time a professional took a look at this Shrieker. Anyone around here know more about the beast?
Borzoi's son Simcoe does. Saw the aura with his own eyes. But you might find the lad hard to chat with. Still mourns his father, methinks.
I see. Where'll I find him?
At me homestead. I took the tyke in when he lost his dad. The mother passed long ago.
You, white one. Said a hag to a hag. Now here's something. I'll shovel you.
Simcoe.
Can we talk?
Let me be.
Calm down, I just wanna...
Go, I said.
I want to avenge your father. But to do that, I gotta know what killed him.
Shrieker killed him. Don't you know?
That name doesn't mean much to me. Describe the beast. Tell me what it looked like.
Something like a rooster. But huge. With a lizard's tail. I heard Reffler barking in the woods. Ran to see what you were on about. There were Dad, in the bushes. A hole through his belly. And he were moaning, screaming. I wanted to help, but how could I? How?
Shush now, calm.
Calm. Calm.
Take care, kid.
village
Let's
takes
go
low.
and get stuff.
They send her to the woods for kindling. Or beasts
in frights and horrors.
And then contract.
How can I help you?
What are you selling? What's good?
I played her with Gwen. I can't remember if I played her with Gwen. Fairly certain I have.
Take care now.
Fergus.
How may I assist you?
Need some armor.
See, now his
So
background is grayed out, but hers isn't. So maybe I haven't played her with
How
Gwen.
can I help you?
I want to play you with Gwen.
Up for a few rounds of Gwent?
Okay. Decoy. Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. Oh, my word. This is good. Hopefully. Alright. Oh! Okay. Opponent's done. Opponent has passed. I'll keep my decoy. Just to be on the safe side. Might come in handy. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of happening. It's alright, I have... Okay, that's, Alright, a bit behind. I can claw this back. Possibly. Now I might have a bit of a problem. Oh, ow. That's fine.
See ya.
Sorry.
Used to be wagons showed on market days, loaded with all kinds of fat, smoked bacon.
I missed that one. Alright. Sorry, I had to kill a few dogs. They were wild and rabid. Oops, I had to put them down.
Quite the work my man's got, eh? Not half bad.
Have I
From
made
a bucket of peeling.
Spot.
Yes, I have.
Farewell.
Ye seek trouble? Don't.
That's what I wanted. Alright. There's my urge.
Faster.
Let's go and investigate the source of this. I'm almost tempted actually to save all the contracts until...
Muzzles caked in blood. Didn't give up without a fight. Tracks are irregular here. Monster must have started staggering. Was wounded, most likely.
Let's follow the tracks.
Blood. Monster blood.
I'm more bottom of the trail. Ah. What's that? Where we going?
Tracks lead to the cave. A cockatrice.
I don't leave all of the contracts though. But at the same time, I should.
Sounds coming from above. Not about to leave. Bomb should smoke it out, though. Damn it, it's not here. Must have fled through another exit. Gotta nab it before it gets away. There it is. Won't get away this time.
Oh, if I remember rightly, this is a bugger to fight. I really have picked the wrong one to do this with, haven't I? I'm gonna look up this human. You can't use signs. You can't use signs, potions, mutagens, oils, or bombs. Okay.
Come on.
Ah, that's what I see. Gotta get a couple of shots in. Oh, definitely. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna kill it without using potions or bombs or anything like that. Keep ducking and diving.
Hid in the cave. Not about to leave. Bomb should smoke it out, though. It's not here. Must have fled through another exit. Gotta nab it before it gets away. There it is. Won't get away this time.
That's a quick look at all the bolts we've got. Might come in handy. Oh, they would definitely come. Oh, all of these would come in so handy, but I can't use any of them. I used the bomb.
Not bad.
Ow. That was a thing. I need to level up, then I'll come back and do some contracts. But I don't want to get too far away because you get like next to no XP if you go too high a level for the contract. So that's a balancing act. Do very carefully, I think.
Need a swift kick in the arse.
Take us take a couple of the early contracts.
What are you looking
I mean,
at?
having traveled the board.
Bothering us poor folk,
So.
eh?
Not half that. Brought home a bucket of peelings yesterday, the feast we had.
Greetings.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Shrieker won't trouble you anymore.
Thank ye, Master Witcher. Your reward, tain't much, but as they say, take care of the pennies.
Keep the coin. You took in an orphan. Need it more than I do.
And they call witches unfeeling, inhuman. Well, I thank ye, from the bottom of my heart.
No, you're not starved for this.
Oh, complete the contract on the Shrieker. Alright. I will go next. I really should get this one done. That's a level 7, which is what I'm on now. But that's level 6, which I'm already above. So let's see how close I can get. I'll fast travel to where I need to be. Not really close enough, but I can then pick up contracts for that. Or I could then come down and grab that. I'm gonna have to go around that way because
You!
Oi! Shut it.
Need a swift kick in the arse.
You!
You! Oi! You! Let's go pick up that board. Might be a fast travel sign next to it, which will give me another one towards my achievement. Does that achievement track? Do any of the achievements track? No. Frustrating. But never mind.
What are you doing? Ask if they're to dance.
Sent my young'uns to pick mushrooms yesterday.
To the woods.
Not one of the barons, you know, are you?
You know how it is.
No one out there wants to seize this chance.
What are you looking at?
A fellow like you's got to be experienced. With
contract on.
What do they call you? Know how to fight?
Geralt. And yes.
Then enter the lists, my friend.
I'm ready. Let's fight.
Good folk. Fish Gulper's finally found a foe. Right here, right now, on the field of honor, he'll face none other than Geralt of Rivia, the Hammer.
Spare me a minute before the fight, Master. Please. cut of your mug's plain as day. What am I beside ye? I just want to live. These days, streams are bereft, no fish for me to gulp. And they's given a sack of flour to the winner. Show some pity. Take a fall for me.
All right, so be it.
And then I'm gonna fight you again and kick your ass. He punches hard.
This be the witch.
Don't know how it happened, but Fish Gulper swallowed the hammer.
Thanks, Witcher.
Little prick.
Right.
So, will you try again?
Yeah. This time I'm gonna bet double what I did before. Get it
Let's
all
do
back.
this. Let's fight.
Get out the hammer versus Fish Gulper, the rematch.
This time, there will be no taking a dive. Come on. Oh, get on your arms. Look at his arms.
Not bad, not bad. Time to try your luck against Jonah. And then there's Smithy at the inn at the crossroads. Go to it, friend.
Hi there, merchant sir.
What?
Got anything interesting?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Those. Right. So what ropes has got already? Oh, I need your cards. I've got one there. Alright, let's see what I can sell to you. Don't think there's any box anymore. That. Motion file. Hey, do you need that? Fist tech, I might need that. What's this book about? I'll have that. And I'll have that for Roach. Now I'll have a game of Gwent.
A game of Gwent. How about it?
Yes. Okay. I have to do mine. Oh, I'm going first. Oh. Yes. That's probably a bad idea. I should have just kept it as it was. But that's okay. There's my 2 spies. Okay, so it looks like start. More cards than you have, so I wanted to save. Alright. Oh my word, still has enough to... Just use that one for now. He's used all his cards up. Don't know what he's trying to do here. What is this, like the secret win all card that he's got there? Because it's the only thing that makes any kind of sense. He's only got his leader card that he can play. Yeah, so I didn't think he was going to get too much out of that.
You look awful.
I think I got scabies.
Okay. Let's carry on. Oh, hello.
To the forest for brushing yesterday.
Oh, no. Someone else is going to play.
Hold on. I'd have win them all, but you won't.
Excuse me, Inky.
Greetings.
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Grab that, because that's going to come in handy for something.
Farewell.
Even though it's a
Oh.
Ah, turd.
What's the bush?
That would hit the spot.
both.
I think I got scabies.
What happened to your mug?
I think he's upset. Sorry, you don't have a yellow question mark next to you, though, so I can't help you. Question mark, exclamation mark.
Step closer, or you'll have an idea. Don't let him touch his breath.
Oh my word, he's half. And now you're dead. This guy pretty much in half. Okay. Roach, where are you going? Alright, so we'll move all that on, got it? And I can sell it all. Get more money.
Faster.
Speak to my man, Vivaldi.
Go.
Is it Vivaldi? Oh, I don't know, at the bank.
Come on now. Whoa!
Guessing this is the shrine. Okay, found it. I follow the trail of trades. Aha!
Doug went in the kitchen, stole a hunk of meat. Cook gave him a licking, strung him by his feet.
Cooked and bled him empty, stripped his skin off clean. Laughed and said, "How tasty, best sausage I have seen."
Cook's a stupid killer, shouldn't have ate the pup. Now we light a fire, gonna roast him up. 1, 2, 3, the one to fetch the kindlings. Thee!
Interesting rhyme.
Don't know you. Go away.
I'm looking for the witches of Crookback Bog.
You looks like a witch yourself. Witches? Of the bog? We can't go in the bog. Gran don't let us. When my brother Zamek went missing, Gran said it was 'cause he went in the woods and got lost. Gran cried an awful lot after that. He could still come back.
What are you doing out here alone?
We's not alone. We's with Gran.
But where did you all come from?
We's orphans.
All of you?
There's a war, so there's orphans. Didn't know that.
A young woman got lost in the swamp. She has ashen hair and a scar on her face. You kids see anyone like that?
Ain't no lassies here. What am I? You're no lassie. Lassie's got tits.
Too. Heard an old man say once, when the army was here, he says, "Hide them lasses in the woods. They's dazzling the soldiers with their tits. And it's torturing the poor lads." That's what he said.
Anyone else here besides you?
Meaning who?
Someone who might have seen the woman?
Like the six-eyed tree?
Tree slapped all year. But there is Johnny.
What's this talk? What kind of jabbering is this, eh? No one allowed here. Just kids. My kids. They're allowed. But who are you, wearing swords like a bandit?
Who's Johnny?
Johnny ate a cat. hum the more in some furry shack.
Watch your language. They tells tales and tales, naught but tales.
Are you one of the witches of the swamp? I hear Crookback Bog.
Witch? Me? Nay, I've no broom nor owl and not one wart on me nose. Got a pretty nose, see?
Gwen's got a lovely beak.
Oh, you darling girl. Oh, kids are so sweet.
You look after these kids?
They're my grandchildren.
Gran's good to us. Gonna be soup with scratchings for supper.
Kids get lost in the woods. I miss them. Seen them in the woods. No one has.
Just talking to the kids. Asked them if they'd seen a young woman.
I was a lovely young woman. Wore a long, beautiful braid my mummy did up for me. Had dresses with flowers on them.
Maybe you've seen her. Young, ashen hair.
Your betrothed?
Daughter, actually.
Daughter? My dear, sweet little daughter. And her sister. Where are they now? Maybe they've come to some harm?
Had about enough of this. Asked a simple question. You seen the woman or haven't you?
Fear not, children.
There's nought to fear, Gran. He's only angry 'cause he cares. Maybe Johnny knows something. I'll take him to Johnny before he goes barmy on us.
Johnny's your invention, and you shouldn't be using those ugly words. To the hut. Go on now. You'll stand in the corner, I'll make sure you do. And you, stop scaring the little ones. Now go. Be gone.
Need to find Johnny. I'm assuming it's not Johnny 5. I mean, suddenly turns up in the Nordic fantasy land.
Can't come in here. Not allowed in here.
I just want to talk to the boy.
Not allowed. It's not allowed.
He won't talk to you anyway. Gran don't like you. And Johnny's made up. And strangers steal kids.
Just tell me where I can find Johnny.
Johnny's made up.
Be gone. Be gone.
Why don't you want to talk about Johnny? One of you knows about him. The others must too.
It's just him who's pals with Johnny. They pick mushrooms and hunt snails. But Gran says Johnny's made up.
Have any of you ever seen Johnny?
Of course. Looks just like him.
Then why do you say he's made up?
Gran says so. And Gran knows lots.
Does your gran treat you right? She ever hurt you?
Never.
When we're bad, she cries.
She's scared. Says strangers might take us. And we'll disappear.
The boy who plays with Johnny, he must be brave.
Not brave, just stupid. Sat his bare bum on an anthill once. But yeah, he plays with Johnny. He don't listen to Gran and goes in the woods, and then he's got to have a time out.
Time
And
out.
eats snails. Yuck.
The girl I mentioned is in danger. You gotta help me get your gran away from the hut so I can talk to Johnny's friend.
All right, but you've got to do something for us too. Play hide and seek. Gran never does. Says her feet hurt.
Is there something else you need or want?
I want something sweet.
And me too.
Oh, fruits.
Give us a treat and we'll help you.
Here's some treats.
Yum.
Never eaten nothing like this before in my life. Gran! Gran! Bumblebee bit Yagner in the arse! Gran! Come!
Don't be afraid.
Don't don't know nothing.
I won't hurt you.
Where's Gran?
She's busy. Why are you scared to talk?
I'm not scared of nothing.
You're all scared of something. Would have told me about Johnny otherwise.
I'm worried about Johnny. He don't come round no more. Once, when we was mushroom picking, I saw his burrow. But Gran yelled at me, said not to talk to strangers, 'cause then kids go missing. She worries about Johnny too, though she says he's made up.
Where are you and your friend's parents?
Dad, some starved, others were killed, like mine. One day, we went out at dawn to look for berries in the woods. Still some around back then. When I was coming home, I heard the yells. Then, laughing, went up and hid in the bushes near the woods. My mum yelled, and the soldiers laughed. Laid my pa down by the barn door. His head clean off. And then my mum...
It's all right. That's enough. I just want to talk to Johnny. He could know more than you.
Not gonna hurt him, right? 'Cause he's real. He's not made up.
I'm not gonna hurt him.
Johnny used to be boy, 'cause Gran liked listening to his songs. When we was picking mushrooms, Johnny said he saw a girl with ashen hair in the swamp.
Where can I find Johnny?
There's a little meadow on the edge of the swamp. This strange tree grows there. Look around. You'll see him.
Thank you.
Alright, let's go hunt for Johnny.
Who said arse? Ugly word, ugly. Don't
Johnny's real. He must leave prints.
His arm just came off.
Small footprint. Johnny's been through here.
Oh, fine little John.
tracks lead to a burrow. Wonder what's inside.
Johnny?
Don't be afraid. You're a Bucka? A Luton? Ah, a godling. Not many of you left. I'm looking for a woman with ashen hair. Seen her? Tell me everything from the start. Where did you see her? What was she doing? It's important to me. Why not? You know the kids from the clearing well? Don't be afraid. Not gonna hurt anyone. This where you live? Cozy burrow. Good location. Must know about everything that happens in the bog. Doesn't bother you having monsters for neighbors? What's wrong? Can't talk? Why? Lost your voice? Can I help you somehow? Can't understand you. Try to explain it somehow. Want me to follow you? No choice, I guess.
Watch out!
Oh, it took 2 out and 1 there.
Stay close to me. This the place? Let me look around. Something's on the ledge? Something that'll get you your voice back? Guess I gotta make this climb. Maybe he meant this bottle. Here.
Whiskey! Slither! Ringworm! Rubbish! Bumblebee! Flabbergasted! Ha! The sound of it! Peter Piper picked Prince Proximo a pack of pickled peppers by the pontar.
Done celebrating?
My favorite words! Life without savoring the sound of surreptitious shenanigans is like licking snails through a cloth. Thank you for this, noble whoever you are. Long be your life.
Hang on a minute. I helped you, now you help me.
Would you turn this beautiful act of altruism into a banal bartering of favors?
How'd you lose your voice?
One morning I awoke and opened my mouth for my usual bout of singing with the thrushes. Lo and behold, no sound escaped. I tried and tried, almost burst a blood vessel. Then I went to the village, because word has it the new cunning woman works miracles. But people began crying out, "A smudger! A smudger!" and sicked their dogs on me. Do I look like a smudger to you?
Not a bit.
Well, I thought not. So it must be the crone's doing. Who else would curse me? Blackbird friend of mine located my voice, but I was helpless to retrieve it.
Couldn't ask a raven friend to just give you the bottle?
Ravens serve the crones. They don't help no one.
How do you lock someone's voice in a bottle? Just wondering.
As am I, especially as mine's a voice to crown all voices. Sometimes it's like a forest brook, at others like a roll of thunder. And let's be honest, I talk enough to fill 3 barrels or more.
Somebody used some powerful magic on you, as a prank or just to be mean. I'm looking for a young, ashen-haired woman. See anyone like that?
Did I ever? Remember it as if it were yesterday. Soon as I woke, I went to empty my bowels. My favourite part of the day. Defecating to the sunrise, downright glorious. Suddenly, heard a bang, so loud it couldn't have been me. And that lass appeared, out of nowhere. Young, ashen-haired, just like you said. Wounded and panting to boot. She raced off towards the children's huts. Quick as if the crones were after her. I yelled some unpleasantries. She disturbed my morn. Sadly, I'd lost my voice, so I don't think she heard me.
What do you know about the crones?
They're as old as this forest. Cruel, vindictive, not to be crossed.
What if someone does cross them?
Might take his voice, might take his life. Depends on their whim. They're nasty, although they care for this land and its folk in their own way. Supposedly they always keep their word, but you must be careful what you ask for. Won't find them until they want to be found. See them until they want to be seen. But remember, they see and hear all that happens in the mire.
I've been to the village in the swamp, met a woman who might have been a crone.
Did she seem confused to you?
Nuts, completely.
Oof, so I'm not crazy. That's no crone. That's the granny who takes care of the orphans. Claims the kids made me up. Me!
An orphanage in a swamp?
What do you have against swamps? Lived here my whole life, and I heartily recommend it.
She ran off toward the orphanage. Kids could know something, or the old woman who takes care of them.
Oh, that old hag don't speak to strangers, and you're a stranger.
Will she talk to you?
I have spoken to her, got my ways. So be it. You helped me, and I'm no bore. Come with me.
Gotta follow the charge.
The 33 thieves thought they stole the throne throughout Thursday. Ha! The 33 thieves thought they stole the throne throughout Thursday. Ha!
I'm not going to say that.
Careful!
Damn it. Stench.
Don't mind me, Johnny. I'm just digging through the corpses. Oh, Johnny, sure.
The 33 thieves thought they killed the throne throughout Thursday. Ha! Good. It's clear. Not a crone in sight. I need to sing to Gran. That ought to calm her. Little Johnny softly gazing, fire waning pale. Popped, but spark jumped out and whispered, "Listen, I've a tale."
You got your voice back.
I did, though I seem to have lost an octave somewhere in the process. I shall look for it when I get home.
You're not allowed here, Johnny. You shouldn't have come.
Calm down, Gran. Don't get angry. It's not good for you.
Can you take me to the Crowns?
Forgive me, Gran, but this fellow absolutely must talk to the ladies.
No, she's not allowed.
Please, it's important.
The fellow will be quiet. Gran, please hear me out. I found little Yagna when she got lost, did I not? Did I break Jenny's fever too? I did. I ask anything in return? No. Didn't even fuss about my stolen voice. Well, now I want something. Gran, help this fellow. Because otherwise he'll pester me day and night, even during potty time. His lass is missing. Perhaps the ladies can help find her, eh?
Well, since you put it that way, Johnny, I'll help him. Come with me. Johnny's a good lad, though the ladies don't like him. No, foul creature, they say. Don't like him.
Who are the women in the tapestry?
Those are the ladies. Ladies lovely, with power o'er all. Beseech I thee, answer my call. Before you a worm crawls, wretched and small.
How dare you disturb our rest, woman?
Someone's speaking through you?
Good looking and clever, too. Where have you been hiding, boy?
I'm looking for the woman with ashen hair. I know you met her. Where is she?
Oh, he's impatient. Perhaps he only likes ashen-haired girls.
The young woman. She's my daughter by choice. I raised her.
If she's shapely, what does it matter?
Matters to me.
I believe we've hit a nerve. He's bubbling like well-fed yeast. Oh, that's how I likes him.
It's clear you met her. Tell me everything.
That was blunt. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Tell me, have you got bollocks? Do you fear woodland beasts? Oh, hard times are upon this white-haired one. Brother has turned against brother. The land is soaked in blood. Evil reigns stronger than ever before.
A dark power has surfaced near Downwarren. It feeds on hatred and disdain. Destroy the beast, and we will be grateful. Tell you all we know about this ashen-haired maid.
Dark power? You need a knight-errant or a witch hunter, not a witcher.
The alderman of Downwarren will tell you all. Remember to collect payment from him after you complete your task. And now our servant will bring you the dagger.
A dagger? What for?
When the alderman sees this dagger, he'll know we sent you. He'll aid with all.
I'll talk to the alderman, but I can't promise anything.
Move, woman! Give the young man the dagger.
And you, White One, return only once you've completed the task.
Aye, mistress, right. On me way. Dagger. Gotta bring the dagger.
Jeez, a bit balmy.
The dagger. For you. Ladies told me to give it you. Here it is. The dagger. Place the alderman's payment on the stone. Stone bear. Stone shear. Stone nose. Stone ears.
Ah, we just got some extra points. Alright. Alright, we can put that in there. When does that one unlock? It unlocks at level 9. There's a blue one there. Oh, I do as well. Look at that. Perfect. Ah, looking good. Extra sign intensity. I think we have a good. Oh, I have still got some extra points that we can add now. What's this? Arrow deflection, lightning reflexes, resolve. Well, I can't go for that one yet. So I think resolve will be. I guess it doesn't really matter at the moment because till that's unlocked at level 10. Not much I can do. I do need that one. And that one, that could be a good one to have. Okay, let's put that on there. I think good to go. Okay, we're getting a bit too far away from that one. Oh, and that one. So I'm going to grab those two. Grab that one. And that one, otherwise we're getting too far away and I'm not going to get much XP for doing them. Alright, so we'll do that one. Anyway, I think I'm actually going to head to bed. Thank you very much everyone for tuning in. I do love this game. It's a very, very good game. I'll be back tomorrow, probably carrying on with some Spartan Ops. I think we're on to episode 2, so we will do a bit of that. So you guys take care, enjoy the rest of your evening. I love you all. Bye bye.